Well, the reports I'm getting from the top end of the racetrack is that things are starting to dry out and we're starting to look pretty good for some racing activity. So I am personally very excited to, for the first time, call some race cars to the lanes for the M&H Tires Import Face-Off here at Pacific Raceways. Let's start with some of our pro guys. If you're ready to go, let's get Outlaw to the front of staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Outlaw to the front of staging lanes 1 and 2, please. If you're competing in the... All right, change that up. Outlaw lane 1. Outlaw lane 1, please. And we'll go with front wheel drive in lane 2. Front wheel drive, lane 2, please. Pro front wheel drive, lane 2. Outlaw lane 1. You'll be the first couple out to make a hit down the racetrack. All right, let's get the rest of our pro cars rolling as well. If you're running Forced Induction Pro, let's put you into staging lane number 3, I guess. Forced Induction Pro. Let's also call in our All Motor Pro. All Motor Pro, you can pull in staging lane 1 there behind our Outlaw. Forced Induction Sport, have you pull in staging lane 3, please. Forced Induction Sport. And any of our 11.5 index cars. All right, Forced Induction Pro will go with lane 3 for you, and Forced Induction Sport will go with lane 4 for you. Forced Induction Pro, lane 3, Forced Induction Sport, lane 4, please. Oh, getting exciting now. The cars are pulling into the lanes here. Once again, lane assignments for today. If you're running in the Outlaw Pro class, that would be staging lane number 1, please. Outlaw, staging lane number 1. If you're running Pro front wheel drive, that would be staging lane 2, please. Pro front wheel drive into staging lane 2. Forced Induction Pro, we're going to put you in staging lane 3, please. Forced Induction Pro, staging lane 3. All Motor, you're going to run in staging lane 1. All Motor, staging lane 1. And Forced Induction Sport, you're going to run in staging lane number 4, please. Forced Induction Sport, staging lane number 4, please. All right, first pair up. Light comes down and away they go. Stephen Howell's driving that 2009 BMW 335i. Had the better reaction time off the starting line, started out ahead. But Patrick in his little Nissan here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack is the quicker of the two vehicles, running 1175 at a 130 mile per hour click. 1391 for Stephen Howell's Beamer at 98 miles an hour. And the next pair are pulling up into the staging beams for you now. Salvador Contreras has got the 96 Acura here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. And the Cornwall Tools lane over there on the right-hand lane, you've got Michael Adrija from Spanaway, another BMW 135i. Looks like this time the Beamer is the quicker as heading down to the finish line and goes 12 flat at 117 miles an hour. The Integra with a 1391 at 104 mile per hour pass. So 1175, our quickest run of the day so far still. Aaron Burr's up next, all the way from Portland, Oregon, driving up here. He'll probably be going to the Woodburn event as the next stop on the Import Faceoff Tour is Woodburn drag strip down there in his neck of the woods in Oregon. John Stevenson's doing the driving in the Audi over there on the Cornwall Tools side. All right, well, just a reminder, those of you participating in the racing program today, we all hate it when something breaks on your car. It's a bummer, but it's an even bigger bummer if you just kind of drive right down the middle of the racetrack and make a huge wet strip and nobody can come racing after you. So we do ask, if you feel something start break or go away in the car, get yourself pulled over to the side and stopped so that the puddles contained to one nice little condensed area of fluid we can clean up much quicker than a big long strip down the drag strip. So once again, please, if you're drag racing today, keep that in mind. If you've got a break, pull it over to the side and get it stopped for us. Hey, attention spectators, the seating that we've got over here on the tower side of the racetrack is closed. So please find your seat on the other side where we've got the car show going on and all that fun stuff. It's the more happening side anyway. And that's where we've got spectator action today. Not on the tower side grandstands, please. Well, we apologize for the delay. A little cleanup work down there, as we did have somebody leak some fluid onto the track, so we'll get that cleaned up, and as soon as it's safe again, we'll get back to the racing action. Once again, if you didn't hear the staging lane calls yet, if you are running an Outlaw, we need you in staging lane number 1, please. Once again, Outlaw, the staging lane number 1. If you're running front-wheel drive, we need you in staging lane 2, please. Front-wheel drive to staging lane number 2. Forced Induction Pro, we're going to run you out of staging lane number 3, please. Forced Induction Pro, staging lane 3. We are currently running Forced Induction Sport out of staging lane 4. So once again, if you're a Forced Induction Sport racer, you should be in staging lane number 4, please. All right, well, Aaron Burr off the racetrack first with a huge reaction time advantage, and the car shoots through with a 12:36 at 132 miles an hour. John Stevenson's ET not that far behind, 12:72, but he certainly was much slower getting off the starting line, which accounted for the big difference all the way down there at the finish line. Josh Sampson is up next here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Cornwall Tools Lane, another BMW 2018 model being driven by Brian Brush. So Brian goes through the 12:75, 112 miles an hour, and Josh Sampson goes 12:21 at 116 miles an hour to land in the number 3 qualifying spot. Stephen Aguilar's up next with the 2014 Nissan here in the NC Caterpillar lane, taking on TJ Luton out of Vancouver, Washington with that 92 Honda Civic in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, TJ is much quicker off the starting line, and that Honda looks like it's got more horsepower as well as they power down towards the finish line. It is TJ with the top qualifying time here in the Pro Induction Sport. 1060 at just 91 miles an hour as he was backing out of it at the top end, so that car's certainly got more available under the hood. That'll be exciting to see what TJ can pull off in the next session. Steven goes through with a number 3 time, no slouch there as he breaks the 12-second barrier as well with an 11:79 at 123 miles per hour. John Woods up next. The 2013 GTR here in the NC Caterpillar lane is going to face off against the Eclipse over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Miles Kerr behind the wheel. Pretty good race here. A little more horsepower for Miles' car as it goes 983 at 138 miles an hour to jump in the number 1 qualifying spot here for Enforced Induction Sport. John Wood, a nice run as well, under 12 seconds with an 1188. And backpedaling 90-mile-an-hour speed at the top end as he was lifting. David Dudley's up next here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack with the Spokane-based machine. .1079, another nice pass at 124 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools lane. David goes through with another 10-second run as well as he goes 1068 at 141 miles an hour. Well, if you want to crack the top 8, you're going to have to run faster than 12 seconds these days. There's quite a few fast cars running here in Enforced Induction Sport. Jesse Heath is the next one up in the Honda Civic here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Looks like they're doing a little touch-up on the starting line over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, and now they're pulling Anthony Fitzgerald forward in his Honda. All right, well, I'm quite sure what happened there, but we had maybe a little staging problem here. I'll try to get the cars locked back in. All right, everything's set back up, cars staged, and away they go. Jesse with the better reaction time, and looks like Anthony's car just is having some trouble there. It dies right off the starting line, doesn't even make it to 60 feet. Jesse Heath goes through the 1228 at 118 miles per hour on that pass, which puts him in the number 10 spot. All right, next pair, you got Jesse McGinnis up next with the 2016 BMW here in the NC Cat Lane. Going to take on Jimmy Hall and his 93 Civic over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. All right, next pair pulling in. BMW versus Honda. If you can go faster than 15:21, you can make it into the field here. Top 16 cars qualify for forced induction sport. And there's about 20 cars or so in the field, so a little bit of competition to get yourself into the program. 11:14, Jimmy Hall's in at 149 miles an hour, and Jesse McGinnis is as well with a 1371 at 104 miles an hour. And now that 15-second bump spot is also now a 1391 bump spot, and Stephen Howell is sitting on the bump currently. Let's see if these last two cars can get themselves into the field. You see the bump spot on there. Got to go faster than 13:21 if you want to make the field now. Dakota Wright's got a 94 Honda Civic that he's going to try to do it with here in the NC Caterpillar lane. And Zach Latire in the Cornwall Tools lane has got that S2000. Both of them kind of try to go faster than 1391 to get into the forced induction sport qualified program. Of course, those who don't make it in can move on to the bracket program. Still get to do some racing, but it's all about the pride of being one of the fastest 16 cars to make it into your class. All right, they're off and running. 1391's the number to beat. There you go, Zach's in, 12:22, 147 miles per hour, and a 13:94. Ouch, Dakota just misses the field and ends up in the number 19 spot here, at least out of the first qualifying session. We've got more qualifying coming up as the day goes on, and we got a new class coming up for you now. This is Forced Induction Pro. Hey folks, I'm afraid we do have to have you back behind the fencing and not along the Jersey barrier up there at the starting line. So if we can get you to step back behind the fencing, please. That's why it's there. That little staging problem on the starting line. Now the tree comes down. Michael Istran, 94 Toyota Celica, charging down the right-hand side of the racetrack, but he left before the tree was activated, so it will not be a qualifying run. So that puts Kenny Sampson as the first car at the top of the leaderboard with that MR2 running 912 at 165 miles an hour. Once again, we do ask that everybody step behind the chain link fencing, please. Behind the chain link fencing. Thank you very much. Next pair here, Forced Induction Pro. You got David Lewis out of Kent, Washington with the wagon going up against Nathan Kaler and the 73 240Z car over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Nathan with a nice quick reaction time off the starting line, quicker of the two, and look at him power through with the first 8-second pass of the day. 8:13, 176 miles an hour on that pass for the 240Z. Way to go, Nathan, number one qualifier. David Lewis moved in the number 3 spot with that 12:55 run at 110 miles an hour here in the Cornwall, or the National Caterpillar lane. Forced Induction Pro is what you're taking a look for. Once again, we're looking for Outlaw, staging lane number 1. Outlaw, staging lane number 1, please. Front wheel drive, staging lane number 2, please. Front wheel drive, staging lane number 2, please. And we are currently running Forced Induction Pro out of staging lane number 3 as we speak. So if you're in that class, you should get in that lane, because we're just about done with your class. 2 pair left to go. Well, Mother Nature is not playing real nice at the moment, so we're going to have a brief hold in the racing action, and you can probably feel why. These things go so fast that having them on slick pavement, especially with these slicks, is not the smart plan. So we'll just have a temporary hold, unfortunately, in the racing program due to Mother Nature's little desires here. And we'll be back to that as soon as we can. In the meantime, lots and lots of cool things going on in the car show area. I'm sure the DJ's still spinning great tunes over there. And there's even more cars on display since you came to go sit down in the grandstand. So you can go back and check out some of those. And I'll let you know as soon as we can possibly get any racing activity back down the racetrack. All right. Well, Mother Nature didn't delay our party too long, fortunately. So the little residual we got on the racetrack of moisture is all cleaned up, and we're ready to start firing up some cars and getting back to some drag racing. So here we go. This is the Forced Induction Pro class. There are not going to be 16 cars in this class. It does not appear, as we have only had basically 4 runs so far, and I think we only have 2 pair left. So we'll have an 8-car, everybody qualifies field in this class. Currently, the number 1 qualifier is Nathan Kaler, who ran an 8:13 at 176 miles an hour. We got some problems here. Tower side. Thank you for pulling over to the side and getting the car stopped. That is a perfect example of exactly what you want to do when you feel something going away in the car. Get it over to the side and get it stopped. Now, if there's any fluid leaking out from underneath, it's all in one condensed little pile and much easier to clean up, and we can certainly then get back to racing a lot faster. So thank you so much. Great driving job there, even though you didn't make it to the end of the racetrack. The car that did, Lewis English, he went through 10 flat. That put him in the number 3 qualifying spot, 164 mile per hour blast. And your final pair, Forced Induction Pro, are sitting here in the water box and getting ready to go as soon as we get the disabled race car off of the track. Well, if you're sitting there in the stands going, what happened? Apparently there's some more of those darn sprinkle things happening up there at the top end of the racetrack. So we're just waiting for that little lull to subside, and then we'll send another pair of cars down.
All right, racers, as you can see, we have another rain delay, but I just want to give you guys a heads up. Whenever we do get back to racing, do not be surprised if we only have one qualifier today. It's still possible that we can finish this entire competition, but for us to do that, I don't foresee us being able to do 2 qualifiers. Again, nothing certain. I'm just throwing it out there just as a heads up, so make sure your qualifier is good. Make it count, please. And also just want to throw it out there before anybody leaves. Don't leave. It's still early. But if we aren't able to finish this race or even get into eliminations, we know everybody that signed up for the drag race. It's standard rain voucher policy, good for any future import face-off. By the way, we have import face-off Woodburn, Oregon next Sunday, May 30th at Woodburn Drag Strip. Definitely look out for that one. Importfaceoff.net. There's still tickets available. Thank you guys for coming out today. Great support. It's sold out. Hopefully this weather will pass soon. All right, attention in the pits. It looks like this is at least a 30, 45-minute rain delay, even if it stops raining right now. So what we're going to do during this downtime is the Burnout contest. If you want to be in the Burnout contest, come on down. Pull your car up to lane 3 now. We need at least 3 contestants, no more than 10 though. It is free to enter. It is open to anyone, import, domestic, motorcycle, golf cart, hey, whatever. If it's got wheels, it can be in the burnout contest. We're going to do that now. So yeah, if you want to be in the burnout contest, pull your car up to lane 3 now. Come up to the very front of lane 3, right behind the burnout box. As soon as we get 3 cars, we can do the burnout contest. We can't have more than 10 though. Actually, we probably could, because this rain delay might be longer than... Usually it's a max of 10 so that we can get back to racing. But you know what? Forget the limit. If you want to be in the burnout contest, pull your car up to lane 3 now. It pays $100 cash to the winner and a trophy. So if you have an old tire or a spare, something you'd like to do a nice smoky burnout in front of a big crowd, today is the day to do it. Come up to lane 3 now. We're going to film it for YouTube, have a lot of fun with it. Got to have some kind of action going on during this wet weather. Again, pull up to lane 3 now if you want to be in the burnout contest. Again, it is free to enter the burnout contest. Pull your car up to lane 3 now. You don't have to be a drag racer. It is open to anyone. If you're a spectator, you want to go grab your car out of the spectator lot, pull up to lane 3, do it now. Let's have some fun in the rain. Of course, we can't drag race with this wet track, but we can do a pretty awesome burnout contest. Ooh, it looks like we have our first customer for the burnout contest, a Mustang. Pull on up to the front of lane 3, Mr. Burnout guy, Mustang guy. Come on down, guys. Let's do an awesome burnout contest for these spectators and for YouTube. Let's have some fun here in the rain. Ooh, we got 2 cars in the burnout. Stop there. Stop there. That's good. Stop there, Mr. Mustang. Cliff to Keegan and Import Faceoff Models, can you all come to the tower, please? Keegan Macy and Import Faceoff Models, Elizabeth, Laurel, Liz, Natalie, I'm sorry. All right, we got 4 cars already here for the Burnout contest. Would like to get 10. That'd be awesome. Something to do during this rain delay. By the way, those of you asking about the 2-step contest and the low car limbo, we may not be able to do that today just because of some crowding issues with and restrictions with the county. That's not 100% just yet, though. We're going to figure things out and make an announcement on that later, but just for those of you wondering, again, look for the announcement on that later in the day as far as the 2-step and the low car limbo. We may or may not be able to do that. We'll figure it out. Thank you, though, for everyone coming out for, during these crazy times. This is our largest event here at Pacific Raceways. Keegan, y'all can just stay down there if you want. Or y'all can come up whatever you want. Keegan, y'all come to the tower 2nd floor. Again, the Burnout contest is free to enter. We have 4 contestants so far. Elizabeth and Lizzie, IFO models Elizabeth and Lizzie, please report to the drag strip. All right, listen up, guys. We cannot do the burnout. I just got word from the boss. We can't do the burnout contest until everybody gets into the stands. We can't have anybody on foot near the burnout box. As soon as you guys get to the grandstands, we'll get this started. Sorry, it's restrictions with me and the county and everything. Yeah, we can't have any crowding, especially...
Guys, we appreciate. Yeah. Check. I can't tell if it's on or not. Check. Nope. It's on?
Yeah, it is. It's coming over.
Attention, Mr. Gorbachev. Bring this wall down. Okay, it's on.
Yeah.
Guys, we appreciate all of you moving towards the grandstands. It was not our decision, and if you have any complaints, you should TikTok about it.
Or tweet.
There you go.
Yeah, all these people in front of the tower, we can't do this burnout contest until you go to the grandstands. Everybody to the grandstands, we're waiting on you guys. We're hoping and thinking as soon as this burnout contest is done, hopefully the track might be close to being dried. I don't know, we'll see. All right, guys, we're waiting on you. All these people right here on foot in front of the tower, in the staging lanes, we can't do this burnout contest because you're just standing there. You're looking at each other. We're waiting on you. Go to the grandstands. Guys, I'm looking at you right now. We're not going to do this burnout contest until you go to the grandstands. Do y'all want to see the burnout contest? Go to the grandstands. No, do not run this.
toasted.
Hell yeah, eat some toast.
All right, come on, yeah. I'm just going to pass the mic.
All right, well, thank you so much for all of you for clearing the space for us. We are getting ready to fire up this burnout contest for you now. We've got our first Mustang Cobra there in the water. And I got my partner in crime, Keegan, going down there with the remote mic to call this thing from the action on the starting line. So should be a fun event. Remember, this is $100 on the line for these racers, these burnout people, and it's your crowd applause that determines the winner. So get ready to make some noise for who you think does the biggest, baddest, smokiest burnout in this burnout contest we got rolling
Talk to
here.
you first. Ladies, y'all get behind. I'm ready. John, I need your backpacks.
It's as big as you are.
Tell me when you're ready.
5, 4, 3.
What's up, YouTube? Oh crap, this is on.
All right, kid, you have waited long enough. We're going to get into this, and how this is going to work is I would like to introduce you to the judge. The judge is you, the orange beanie. Yes, that's the judge. No, it's you. This is a crowd judge event. You're going to let me know who's going to be the winner and who else is not going to get Grandma's approval this Christmas. All right, we got a Cobra pulled up first. My man, you ready? I know you've been waiting. You good? You ready? Track staff, you ready? Everybody? All right, this is so fun. All right, let's get it. Cobra, 3, 2, 1, go! Has disappeared. Man, I like how he just disappeared. Man, he disappeared faster than most Mustangs' resale value. All right, that was the Cobra. Commit that to memory so you know who to vote for at the end. That was a great start, right, ladies? This is really good. You're like, I don't care. It's cold. Hurry up, person. Who's next? We had a domestic, we might have an import coming up, the Honda. As we get things all nice, safe, and pretty. Nope. Well, you had your time.
Sounds better driving than doing a burnout.
Oh, say that again?
Nope.
So, what's your Instagram?
Laurel_Monique.
Laurel_Monique, who just said it sounded better driving away than it did during the burnout. Don't hate on me. No, I can't. We're here to have fun. We poke fun at everybody and we love everybody here.
Clean it up, guys.
Oh, my bad. Bring me that Honda. Got the hatch.
No, I think I got
Where are all the other models? That is a great question. That is a great question. There's a Honda fan over there.
You should get that MK4 to do a burnout.
If you can, you should get the MK4 to do burnout.
MK4?
I don't know. You mean the Vita Volkswagen or the Mark IV Super? Mark IV Super, you didn't call that for a burnout. All right. Honda, you ready? Let's go in 3, 2, 1, go! Wow. It gets a little smoky and everybody goes wild.
Like you're gonna blow your engine, bud.
He did get that one wheel spinning. One. It's like when you see the trucks with the StabiliTrak, it's just the one wheel going, kind of. All right, thank you, Honda. We're going to have you pull off to the side. Don't leave. The Cobra left. We don't want you to leave because we're going to get ready to vote. Yeah, pull right over here against the gate or somewhere in that area. Thank you very much. Bring the next contestant, please. We got a Z-car. When you need weight reduction, you just start taking parts off. It's a time attack build, bro. We're going to wait for the track staff to give the okay.
Didn't we just take photos? Yeah. That's not the same.
Ready? Ready?
Z-car in 3, 2, 1, go! Should have upgraded the brakes, bro.
Please tell me the Skyline knows how to do burnout.
Skylar, you're getting called out. What do you think about the Z-car?
Stop.
She is too embarrassed to comment. It's okay. We've all been there. I'm sorry, baby. I had too much vodka. I can't. Not tonight. Next time. All right, Z-Car, thank you for what that was. We're going to have you pull off to the side. You know what? He did pull up. I respect that. It takes a pair to pull up, and he's got it. Ooh, bring me that Skyline. Ooh. Ooh. I tell you something, besides hearing Mom say I love you, that is the best sound on the planet. Car needs no introduction, but we're going to do it nonetheless. Skyline, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, Skyline, go! awesome. It tastes so good.
I knew it could do it.
Win or lose, you did that with style.
Oh, God, I'm feeling like in your stomach.
What
Do you have steel heels on that thing? Yeah. I'll put that on your tab. Oh, okay, we're
I
good.
Oh,
love how I don't wear heels the one time.
Like I just jumped in here.
The Silverado has joined the fray. Sometimes these trucks do amazing. Sometimes they do a much different word. I'm curious how this is going to go down. It's going to go one of two ways. We're going to wait for the track staff. Our 5-star track staff is keeping it safe, keeping it real. You ready? You're my boss today, so I'm just making sure you give the okay. Silverado, you ready? You got the whole crew with you. 3, 2, 1, go! He's crackling. Man, if Chevy put that in the ads, they would sell 3 times as many trucks. That just looked good. This just looked good. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to have you pull off to the side. Guys, that was, I think, the only truck in the competition that was a Silverado. We brought all the homies. And you guys did well. You guys did well.
Where were we?
Yeah, you're right. It's fair, see?
And from one domestic, we turn towards another. Detroit, come see me, Mopar. And God bless you for leaving the splitter protector on and keeping the theme going to the back. I love when they leave that on. You want to know why? Because it pisses the whole car community off. I love it. The caliper matches, this is good. This is good.
All day now. I'm up there. This is Riley. My man. Okay, cool. Red eye? I got moved to the big. Are you a red eye?
All right, no, I had to ask.
You can never tell. There's like 70 versions of this. Yeah, you would think.
All right, we got the 392. Mopar is here. Track staff, are we good?
You're good.
All right, I'm waiting on you. I ain't doing this unless you give me okay. All right, you're the man. Challenger in 3, 2, 1, go! No, you gotta go!
Bro.
Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Who knows how to drive one of these? Anybody? Okay, no, we're gonna give you another chance. We'll give him another chance. We'll give him another chance.
I mean, he is sitting
Yeah. You know what? A good point. He is sitting in a puddle of water. That's important. Physics, believe it or not, they're real. Yeah. Yeah. They're having a conversation. You see what Chloe was wearing? Yeah, man, I did. Those shoes. I tell you.
I mean, if it's on YouTube, it's probably.
Yeah. What are we looking at? We doing another pull? We waiting to cool down from that monster of a burnout. We'll do it again? He's Googling how to do a burnout in his car. A real man uses Bing, but other people use Google. Here we go! 3, 2, 1, Get in right back up. Look at the lights, right? Yeah, but you Google it, right? Oh, yes! 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 Have you ever seen models run that fast when there wasn't a sale at Louis Vuitton? No matter what happens, this car will live forever in Valhalla.
Google works.
Right. See, he Googled it, went to the right page. How cool is that? Oh, ladies, right on time. That was fun. He brought the pyrotechnics. They're handing him back pieces of his car. That was wicked, bruh.
How are we getting them out?
Now we have to figure out the strategery of getting this gentleman and the on-flambe challenger to a safe area. He's trying. I gotta give this guy a shout out. His YouTube is Serious Lanes and his Instagram is Serious_Lanes. I'm gonna give my man a shout out for that. He definitely deserved it. It's a show car too. We won't hold that against you. Extra points for the burnout. That was just toasty.
I got the video, we're good.
Well, ring me the next contestant, please. Yeah, challenger up right over there. That was, by the way, the challenger. Y'all applauding for the Mazda? Okay, okay. I dig it. B2000, are you ready? No response. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
me to let them know?
After this, yeah. Yeah, so that's fun. It's a lot of fun. Have to get into racing.
Burn, baby, burn. Burn.
Yo, where are all these zero cars? Where are
Oh, look, 3 in the back. Almost, almost.
Believe it or not, there's a truck back there. Yeah, breathe deep, suck it in. Oh boy. All right, now we'll let that cool down for a second. I have just gotten word that the racetrack is now dry for racing, so that was our final contestant in the Burnout competition due to time restrictions. But it means, ladies and gentlemen, it's your time to shine. We're going to pick a winner.
Well,
We're going to go down the line. Now, I don't see him, but however, these are your winners. We're going to go down the line. You're going to tell me who the grand champion is. Let me hear it for our first contestant in the Cobra. Let me hear it for the Silverado. Okay. Let me hear it for the red Honda Hatch. Like your aunt is in the crowd. That's my boy. It's okay. Right. Let me hear it for the Z-Car.
You had to Google it.
It's the same aunt.
yeah.
Let me hear it for the Skyline. Hold on. I love your enthusiasm, however, I can't hear the crowd. My Skyline people, let me hear you again. Skyline! No! Okay. What about our Armstrong Bay Challenger? Skyline! Challenger! Skyline! Challenger!
One more time.
Everybody! Skyline! Challenger! Oh, it's the Skyline by a hair! By a hair!
I was this far away.
All right, the winner of $100 in our Burnout competition. Man, if we had a second place. The Skyline. Big round of applause, guys. Thank you so much. And we are going to get right back here to racing at Airport Faceoff.
Hey, attention out there. If you've got your car kind of parked along that north fence line in the car show area, you're actually blocking a fire lane, and so the county doesn't allow us to do that. And we need you to move your vehicles, please, so that we don't have to tow you away. So once again, we've got some vehicles kind of on the north fence line along in the car show area that are blocking a fire lane. We need you to move those out of that area, please, and get them into an authorized parking area. Otherwise, we'll have to start hooking the tow truck up and pulling them away. So once again, move your car if you're along the north fence line in the car show area, please. Got to move your car. All right, well, we're getting this racetrack ready to go drag racing again, and it's getting pretty close, so we will need to have all those folks who are spectating the Burnout contest behind the Jersey wall there find a spot in the grandstands for us, please. So once again, as we clear out from the Burnout contest, I'll remind all of you standing along the Jersey Bears here there that you will have to be back in the grandstands as we begin drag racing here in just a few moments. Thank you. All right, as I was mentioning, we got some folks parked along the fire lane that need to move their car. If you got a gray BMW 325 that is license plate BXK9399, we need you to move that, please. Also, if you've got the Acura TSX black one, license 694FJX, both those vehicles need to be moved from the fence line, please, so we don't have to tow you away. Once again, the gray BMW BXK9399 license plate and the black Acura TSX license 694FJX. You need to move your vehicles immediately, please. All right, we've still got our Acura owner not moving their vehicle. If you got the Acura station wagon, the TSX, license 694FJX, you need to move it immediately, please. Once again, black Acura station wagon, TSX. You need to move your vehicle immediately, please. All right, we are getting close. It is about time to get underway with some more drag racing here. So I'm going to call some cars back to the lanes. So we didn't even get to you last time, but if you're running in Outlaw, we want you in staging lane number 1, please. Once again, Outlaw racers to staging lane number 1, please. If you're running front wheel drive, we almost got to you, and we need you back to staging lane number 2, please. All front wheel drive racers, we need you back in staging lane number 2, please. Forced Induction Pro, we got like halfway through you guys, and we need you back into staging lane number 3, please. Forced Induction Pro, we need you back into staging lane number 3, please. All Motor, we need you in staging lane 1, please. All Motor, we need you in staging lane number 1, please. Forced Induction Sport, come on back to staging lane number 4, please. Forced Induction Sport. You actually got a run through, but we want you back into staging lane number 4, please. So once again, drag racing about to get back underway. We're making the last few finishing touches here with the propane torch and the tractor out there. All right, once again, if you are running Outlaw, we want you pulling back into staging lane number 1, please. Outlaw racers, staging lane number 1, please. Outlaw to number 1, please. If you're running front wheel drive, we need you in staging lane number 2, please. All front wheel drive racers, staging lane number 2, please. If you're running Forced Induction Pro, we need you in staging lane number 3, please. Forced Induction Pro to staging lane number 3, please. We are looking for All Motor to staging lane number 1, please. All Motor, staging lane number 1, please. All Motor to 1. Forced Induction Sport, we need you in staging lane number 4, please. Forced Induction Sport, we are looking for you into staging lane number 4, please. Bracket and test and tune, hang tough. We will get to you next. All right, well, now you can tell we're getting really close. This is our lane-wide traction compound sprayer that you see going down there now, getting pulled behind the little quad. Lays down a layer of glue, basically, along the racetrack to make the tires stick a lot better. And back we come up the other side, putting the traction compound down. Once again, if you are running Outlaw, we're looking for you back into staging lane number 1, please. Outlaw racers to staging lane 1. We are looking for front wheel drive to staging lane number 2, please. Front wheel drive, looking for you in staging lane number 2. Forced Induction Pro, staging lane number 3, please. Forced Induction Pro, we need you in staging lane number 3. All Motor, we need you to staging lane number 1, please. All Motor, staging lane number 1, please. And Forced Induction Sport, staging lane 4, please. Forced Induction Sport, needs you in staging lane number 4, please. We're about to get back underway with some more drag racing action. All right, we are getting the racers loaded back up in their cars and getting ready to get this race program back underway. Once again, if you're running Outlaw, you need to be in staging lane 1, please. Outlaw, staging lane number 1. If you're running a front-wheel drive, you need to be in staging lane number 2, please. Front-wheel drive, staging lane number 2. Forced Induction Pro, we need you in staging lane number 3, please. Forced Induction Pro, we're coming to you first, I believe, in staging lane number 3. Looking for All Motor, staging lane number 1, please. All Motor, staging lane number 1, please. Forced Induction Sport, we're looking for you to staging lane number 4, please. Forced Induction Sport, we're looking for you to staging lane number 4, please. All right, here we go. Time to get back underway with some Forced Induction Pro. We were in the middle of this class when Mother Nature decided we needed to take a burnout contest break, so we obliged and had some fun with that. Right now you got 5 cars who have made a run down the racetrack. Number 1 qualifier is Nathan Keeler. Ran 8:13.9 at 176.95 miles an hour. The slow car, 18:26, under 50 miles an hour. This will not have a full field of 16 cars, so everybody will get to play when it comes to eliminations. And we'll see what kind of times we can get. Can we get something better than an 8:13? Man. We'll see what happens. Quickest run of the event so far. Nathan Keeler at 8:13. And over 176 miles an hour. All right, let's pull him forward. Forced Induction Pro. Lucas English has got that 2005 Lancer over there in the Cornwall Tools lane out of Camas, Washington. Little STI here in the NC Caterpillar lane. Okay. Big reaction time advantage for Lucas as you saw him take off when the green came on and took another second before the competitor went. Wow, look at that. 9:05 for Lucas English at 166 miles an hour. That puts Lucas into the number 2 qualifying spot with that pass. 9:77, no slouch of a run either over here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. 143 miles an hour. Up next, you got Josh McGee out of Medical Lake, Washington in that 2005 Subaru over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Oh, a problem on right after the launch for the Nissan there. And that car sits not quite 60 feet out on the racetrack. Nice run for Josh down the Cornwall Tools lane. And the Subaru goes 10:33 at 139 miles per hour on that pass. Hey, Chloe Hall, your wallet has been found. You can go claim it at the DJ booth if you look like your picture. Once again, Chloe Hall, you can go claim your wallet at the DJ booth, but we know what you look like, so nobody try to pull any fast ones. Chloe Hall, go to the DJ booth. We got something for you. All right, here we go. Final competitor in the Forced Induction Pro class, Daniel Diaz out of Yakima, 95 240 SX. 10:24 on that pass at 152 miles an hour. That puts Daniel in the number 5 qualifying spot here in Forced Induction Pro. And we'll get ready to move on to front wheel drive. All right, hey, listen up, those of you in Fuel Induction Sport, FIS. We did run your class earlier, and if you have made your one-time run, that's what everybody's getting today due to our kind of weather delays. So we would need you to go back to the pits if you've already made your pass. There may be an FIS competitor who hadn't run because they were still trying to get in the door. We get that, and that's fine. But once again, if you're running in FIS, staging lane number 4, Fuel Induction Sport, and you've already made your time run, it's a one and done thing today. I'm sorry, and we do not have another time pass for you. All right, front wheel drive underway. TJ Luton doing the driving of the 92 Civic that goes 873, 172 miles per hour, and our second 8-second pass of the day. Look at that, 1092, not bad over there in the Cornwall Tools lane either at 155 miles an hour. All right, next pair up, front wheel drive, Sam Jason out of Longview here in the NC Cat lane, driving the Honda, facing off against the 92 Civic driven by Joel Sipes over in the Cornwall Tools lane out of Faircrest. Quick ones. Parachutes on the back and everything. What kind of numbers are we going to see here? Let's go. Joel's pulling away. Top end, 835, 180 miles an hour, and a new top speed and quickest ET of the day. Congratulations, Joel Sipes. 835, 180 plus miles an hour on that pass. Sam Jason, not bad run himself with a 1098 at 135 miles an hour, but puts him last in the front wheel drive qualifying order. All right, 2 classes left. This is our one and only outlaw competitor here today. Top class. We'll see what kind of a speed we get out of this. Turbo winding up in there. Mm-hmm. We're going to see something faster than 830 here? I have a feeling we are. We're going to see over 180. I think we might. Here's Tim Robards, Vancouver, Washington, 1994 Toyota Supra. Turbocharged. Oh, lost traction. Too bad. His tires couldn't stick to the ground. Saw him spin him right on the launch there. That's all right. He'll get another shot. 11:21:32, not even trying. All right, here's our one and only all-motor competitor. Here's Eric Steen, 1993 Honda out of Spanaway, the only one running in an all-motor pro. See what kind of a time Eric can get here. $11.08, 124 miles an hour on that pass. All right, this is Michael Istran. All right, couple more. I believe these are FIP cars that did not get their time run yet. So we'll make sure they get one hit down the racetrack. Kind of see where they're at. $8.94, 167 miles an hour on that pass for Michael and his 93 Celica. Unfortunately, boy, lots of popping and flames popping out and some sparks and things here on the tower side of the racetrack. And then the car just wouldn't hold in the staging beams and bumped through before the beams even activated. And unfortunately, just not a good run there. All right, here's a couple of stragglers from our forced induction sport class who didn't get their run. Again, trying to make sure everybody gets one run and still has enough time that we can get into eliminations and get this drag race completed today. All right, here's Chris Lindsay in the 98 Civic on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. These guys both trying to go faster than 1371. This is a 16-car qualifying field. If you don't make the field, then you don't get to race with these guys. No problems here. 11.98 for Chris Lindsay in the Civic. Puts him in the number 9 qualifying spot. A 12.98 is now not quite good enough for the bump spot of a 12.75. All right, bracket racers, it's your first shot. Thank you for being so patient, and we're ready for you in staging lane number 5, please. All bracket competitors, sportsman bracket competitors from bracket 2, we need you in staging lane number 5, please. All bracket racers, staging lane number 5. We'll also make first call for test and tune vehicles into staging lane number 6, please. Test and tune, staging lane number 6 is open for you. Once again, bracket racers, staging lane 5, test and tune in staging lane 6, please. All right, couple more stragglers here in the forced induction sport class to make their one and only time run to get into the program. They need to go faster than 12.75. You see, that's the bump spot up on the board now in order to make it into this class. Ulysses Betancourt is from Vancouver with the Honda here in the NC Caterpillar lane. Will face off against Zach Stein in the 95 Integra out of Portland, Oregon, over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both trying to go quicker than 12.75 to make the field. Both of them look like they're battling a little bit of traction issues there, but boy, Zach Stein jumps in a big way with a 974 at 162 miles per hour, and that puts him as the number 1 qualifier in this class, 974, 162. Ulysses Betancourt jumps into the top 8, no problem, with a number 7 qualifying effort of 1172 at 135 miles an hour. And that now bumps the bump spot to a 12.36, as you see up on the board. And we've got another couple competitors who, again, are going to try to make it into this class of forced induction sport. Once again, we're looking for our bracket racers to staging lane number 5, please. Bracket racers, staging lane number 5. And if you want to do some test and tune, staging lane number 6, please. Test and tune. We're looking for you into staging lane number 6, please. We're coming to your classes next. So once again, if you're in the staging lanes, we do ask you to stay with your car, please, because we could pull you out at a moment's notice, and it would be time to go racing. So once again, looking for bracket racers in staging lane 5, please, and test and tune racers in staging lane 6, please. Stay with your cars in the lanes, please. Well, our apology for the delay in the program here. The radio chatter is basically that we do have some dripped liquid in certain spots down the track there that they want to get cleaned up to make sure everything's safe for the next pair of cars to go down. So we'll just take care of a few little spot areas here, and then we'll get ready to pull them out again. Still finishing up our qualifying for forced induction sport. 12:36 is quicker than that's what it takes to get into the field. A couple more competitors going to try to make that field. And then we'll move into our bracket and test and tune racers. So once again, if you're running the bracket portion of the program, we'd like you to pull into staging lane number 5, please. Once again, bracket racers looking for you into staging lane number 5. And if you're here just to test and tune, that'd be staging lane number 6. Once again, test and tune racers, staging lane number 6 is now open for you. All right, final pair here. Forced induction sport trying to make the field. Run quicker than 12:36. TJ Luton, who's running in a couple classes here, is trying to qualify his forced induction sport 92 Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Another Honda over here on the NC Cat side. Both of them make the field easily. Wow, and TJ becomes the number 1 qualifier with an 869 at 171.93 miles an hour. Wow, that was worth it, wasn't it? 964 here in the NC Cat lane is the number 2 qualifying effort. So you just saw the fastest 2 cars in the class side by side go down and take over number 1 and number 2 on the qualifying order. That pushed the bump spot all the way down to a 12:28, and Jesse Heath barely stayed in the field. All right, here we go. Test and tune. You got Vince Boothby in the 2008 Mazda here in the NC Cat lane, taking on Max Lane and the WRX Subaru over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. So test and tune basically is what the name says. You want to come out, run some test runs on your car, maybe make some tune-up adjustments, see how that affects your car. But you really are it's just about you and your car, and it's not really about it competing against another racer. Each shot down the racetrack is your own individually timed run for your own reference. Nobody wins, nobody loses. It's all about data collection. Vince got there a little quicker in his Mazda, 1455, 101 miles an hour. Max Lane with a 1484, 92 miles an hour. Jonathan Barra's got the 95 Civic cruising down the NC Cat Lane here on the Tower side and goes 14:05 at 101 miles an hour. 14:12 is the time over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane at 111 miles an hour. Tanner Larson out of Bonnie Lake is driving this 2008 Subaru in the NC Cat Lane up against Clark and his 2000 Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane, racing out of Lakewood, Washington. Both of them bumping into the staging beams here. Timers say Tanner Subaru was quicker, 1398 at 99 miles an hour, and the Civic with a 1456 at 95 miles an hour. John Tan's driving this BMW out of Seattle in the NC Cat Lane. The Audi being driven by Davey Johnson is from Lakewood. John Tan, nice hard running Honda, goes 1198 at 130 miles per hour. 1217, 113 for the Audi for Davey Johnson. So you got Deontay Mays with the 13 Genesis here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Taking on Fong Chu out of Everett with the Honda over there on the Cornwall Tools Lane. All right, you got Chris Salima driving the BMW here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Cornwall Tools lane going down as well, a little bit quicker, and gets there with a 14-14 at 99 miles an hour. Chris takes the Beamer through with a 15-10 at 103 miles an hour, and that'll kind of wrap our test and tune up for this session, and it's time to move into the bracket racers. So these are, probably street cars up to purpose-built race cars that are all basically going to put a dial in on their window and try to predict what the car will run each time and get handicapped against the other racers in the class, so that hopefully you end up with everybody at the finish line at the same time in theory. And how well do you know your car? How consistent does it run? How good are you driving it? That's what this class is all about. Pretty much any speed car can compete against any other speed car with the handicap of the different elapsed times that'll be dialed in on them as they come up to the line. This, of course, just the time run session for them, so everybody's just looking to find out what they will run. Handicapping will come in the next round when we begin race eliminations. So a decent example of a faster car racing a slower car as Scott Harding takes his 2000 Honda through with a quick 1174 to 124 miles an hour, where Laurel Pickles 7SX goes through with a 1696 at 93 miles an hour. Sam Thud out of Puyallup driving the Volkswagen Rabbit here in the NC Cat lane will go up against Amanda Empry out of Tacoma with the 2009 M3 over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, Amanda was a little early off the starting line, drew the red light, but Sam was a little quicker in that Rabbit hopping to the finish line with a 13:10 at 107 miles an hour. Amanda goes through with a 14:81, 105 mile per hour effort after leaving the starting line about 0.03 of a second too early. Not much, but just enough to turn on that red light, which of course disqualifies you during racing eliminations, but is no big deal when you're just running a time run. Colby Heiss has got the Volkswagen GTI here in the NC Cat lane going up against Josh Nobleth, who's got the WRX over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Looks like the Subaru is the quicker of the two and goes 14:08 at 98 miles an hour. Colby takes the GTI through with a 14:03 at 106 mile per hour effort. Rob Howell's up next here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Again, an example of the faster car racing the slower car. 1083, 138 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools lane to a 1523 for Rob Howell at 92 miles an hour. All right, another GXR here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Taking on the 98 Civic of Troy Brown over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. $12.91, 76 miles an hour down the NC Cat lane. Troy Brown goes 14.67 at 100 miles an hour. All right, here's John Blackburn in the 96 Skyline going up against Kenneth Price in the 97 Civic. Wow, John Blackburn in the Skyline, a perfect reaction time off the starting line. Down to the thousandths of a second, he was perfect on the starting line. 13.76, 102 miles an hour for the Skyline at the top end of the racetrack. And Kenneth Price goes through, well, no, he doesn't. He just kind of dies over there on the side of the track, and we'll have to get him pushed off. All right, next pair pulling forward. I love Ernie Zeller's little Bumblebee here. Datsun 1200 from 1973. Love the Bumblebee kind of like paint scheme on the thing. Very fun nostalgia car. Facing off against Brendan Puce with the 2017 ZX over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. All right, Ernie takes his nostalgia Datsun through the 1250 at 115 miles an hour, and Brandon goes through the 1463 at 94 miles an hour. Andrew Seeley's up next with a 1990 Honda, taking on Bobby Maceo and his Honda over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Bobby was significantly quicker off the starting line by more than half a second, but Andrew's got the faster car and goes through first with a 1321 at 115 miles an hour. Bobby with a 1569 and his Honda at 91 miles an hour on that pass. Single run here for John Carter. .14:35, 97 miles an hour on that pass. Looks like we'll have some more test and tune vehicles to run down the racetrack next. But first we'll do a little tractor pass just to kind of make sure everything is matched up and cleaned up and ready to run.
All right, attention to the pits, FIS class racers. FIS class racers, if you did not qualify, you can go to the bracket class, but you need to send somebody to the tower. Well, no, you don't even have to let us know. Just make sure that whenever we do eliminations for the bracket class, you need to have BR on your windshield. So yes, FIS class racers that did not qualify, you can still race in the bracket class. Just make sure whenever we go into eliminations, you're going to have to shoe polish your dial in time anyway, but also be sure and wipe off FIS and put BR. That way track staff isn't confused.
All right, pair of Hondas up next. 92 versus the 93. Kevlin Samura driving the 93 in the NC Cat lane, and Mula driving the 92 over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. You can also pick your favorite color, whether you like blue or white. All right, Clevine goes through with a 1370, 104 mile per hour effort, and Team White, the 93 Civic, was the winner. 1391 was the time for Blue Civic fans at 101 miles an hour. Pretty decent close race there between the two. Hey, Chloe, Elizabeth Hall. Yes, we're using your whole name now like you're in trouble with your mom. Chloe Elizabeth Hall, you need to go to the DJ booth in the car area because we have what you're missing. Once again, Chloe Elizabeth Hall, you need to go to the DJ booth, please, because we have something very important that you're missing of yours. All right, looks like we're going to have a single run here. Oh, no, we got a pair on the line. We got Alburo in the 93 Integra. He's off the starting line and rolling. Taylor had some problems. The Honda didn't leave the starting line for some reason. So Alburo goes through in the Integra on a single run, runs 11:15 at 138 miles an hour. Impressively quick bracket car. And unfortunately, looks like the little Del Sol had some breakage on the starting line for Taylor Howell. Hopefully it's not too serious. All right, Volkswagen GTI pulling up here in the NC Cat lane. Facing off against the 2012 EVOX over there for John Renoville. David Bryan's driving the Volkswagen. All right, tree comes down. Clean starts both drivers, but you can see David had a significant reaction time advantage off the starting line and is still out front with the 2016 GTI. He'll stop the timers first, 1364, 103 miles an hour. And the Evo goes 1477 for John at 105 miles an hour. Now we've got a Jeep up next now. I guess Jeeps are even technically owned by Mercedes now, so they would be an import car. Sort of. Ladishaw, great name of the driver of the Jeep, going up against Ivan Dimko, driving the Genesis over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. All right, they're both locked in the staging beams, ready to go. Tree comes down, and away they go. Pretty evenly matched all the way down the racetrack here. I think Ivan's pulling away as they get to the finish line. It goes 1470 at 96 miles an hour. Ladishaw takes the Jeep through with a 1515 at 92 miles an hour. All right, you got Tim Axtell up next with the 2001 Lexus here in the NC Cat side of the racetrack, taking on the 2017 Honda of Chris Parsley over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. 1536 on the Lexus to a 1565 on the Honda in that pair. Motorcycle up next. Cool. Only two-wheel vehicle I've seen in competition so far. 2001 Suzuki for Brandon Hinton. And he's taken on Stephen Poi, the 1994 version of the Honda Civic, here in the NC Cat Lane. I think two wheels are going to beat four this one all the way down the racetrack here. That's a hard-running Suzuki that Brandon's got. And he shoots through with a 970 at 141 miles an hour. Steven takes his Civic through with a 1466 at 93 miles an hour. Well, from the sound of the burnouts, I'm going to say we're going to have a little bit of a mismatch in this one as well, as Jason Ryu in the 79 Rabbit takes on Francisco in the 96 Honda. Well, I don't know if either racer exactly had the run they were thinking they were going to have, but Francisco goes through the traps at 1330 at 115 miles an hour, and Jason will have to figure out what went wrong with the Rabbit. All right, we got the Hyundai going down the Cornwall Tools lane with Max Goulet behind the wheel. Matt Goulet, sorry. Max is in the other lane. Matt's Chico in the 2010 Nissan, and he's quicker to the finish line with a 12:34 at 111 miles an hour. Matt goes through with a 16:66 at 90 miles an hour on his pass. This is still test and tune that we're taking a look at here. A lot of folks wanting to come out and test their cars and see what they'll do here at the Import Face-Off 2021 edition. Time for a little Honda duel on the starting line now. Jamie Gonzalez has got the 91 Civic here in the NC Cat side of the racetrack, taking on Carlos Noel in the 1988 version of the Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Now, both these racers were a little quick off the starting line and left before the green light came on. $13.86 for Carlos at 103 miles an hour, and Jamie goes 15.07 at 93 miles an hour. All right, nice run there for Nick as he goes 12.62 at 97 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools lane. But unfortunately, another casualty here on the starting line as Chad Evans, S2000, lost fire and couldn't make it down the racetrack. There's a brand new tag in that, paper tag in that back window too. So tough break for Chad Evans. I hope he didn't break something too bad on that new car to him. 2000 Honda Civic for Clark pulling up here in the NC Machinery side of the racetrack. Going up against the 2003 E46M. Fernando Owens over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, the M3 pulling away for Fernando on this pair and goes through with a 12:56 at 102 miles per hour. The Civic goes 15:36 at 94 miles an hour. All right, Jacob Robinson through first, 14:01 at 102 miles per hour. And problems for Bruce here as his car gets out there about 330 feet and just kind of stops. Hey, I will remind you once again, because it is kind of, running past that lunchtime hour here already. Juice, 2 o'clock. If you're hungry, the Four Horsemen concession stand is open for you in the main car show area there. You'll see the green and black building, and that's where you can grab yourself some lunch. They've got all sorts of great things to eat over there, burgers and dogs and pops and all sorts of stuff. So if you get a little hungry or thirsty, that's the place to go. They've got the food for you over there. Of course, the car show going on. Man, lots and lots of beautiful cars to check out while you're here. And the drag racing portion of the program will be getting back underway as soon as we get our disabled race car removed from the racetrack surface up there. All right, listen up, pro competitors. Listen up, pro competitors. If you're running in FIS class, FIP class, or front wheel drive, your ladders are now posted at the base of the timing tower. That means you can come up and take a look and find out who you're paired with so that you can get yourself paired up in the staging lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Once again, we have posted ladders at the base of the timing tower if you're running in Forced Induction Sport, Forced Induction Pro, or front wheel drive. All of you are on a ladder, and that ladder is posted at the base of the timing tower. Please know your pair and pair up with the appropriate racer as eliminations are coming to you right after Test and Tune. You know, I want to give another special thanks to rockauto.com for providing the wristbands for this event. You know, you can order any of your auto parts you need from rockauto.com. They are there for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then your parts are just conveniently delivered right to your doorstep. rockauto.com has everything you need, whether it's as simple as one little lug nut up to the replacement fender on your car, or how about a remanufactured engine to drop in there. They're all there, and they're all at everyday low prices every day. So you just visit rockauto.com. After the races would be a great time, for example, and all the parts and accessories that you could possibly want for your car or your truck will be right there on your doorstep when you need them. Special thanks to Rock Auto for making this event possible here today. The Import Face-Off at Pacific Raceways. All right, well, Zach takes his Beamer through on that last pair with a 13.03 at 110 miles per hour. And Riley takes the 535 XI through with a 13.58 pass down the NC Cat side of the racetrack. All right, Joseph Grimshaw with the 94 Honda Civic out of Battleground, Washington, driving down the NC Cat lane. Cornwall Tools, another Honda in competition, and as they battle it out, it looks like that's the quicker of the two cars with a 12.43 at 114 mile per hour run. 13.28 for Joe's Civic at 175, I should say, mile per hour clip. All right, Subaru and Honda coming up next to duke it out here in Test and Tune. All right, 12.16, 120 miles an hour on that 99 Subaru for Cruz. Over in the Cornwall Tools lane, 13.78 at 101 miles per hour. Matt Vong's up next with the 1986 Acura here in the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack, taking on JR over there in the Cornwall Tools lane in the 2018 version of the Honda Civic. JR was a little quicker off the starting line and a little quicker to the finish line both, running 13.78 at 109 miles per hour, 15.86 for the Acura at 93 miles per hour. Damian Vella's got the 2010 EVO-X in the NC Cat lane, taking on the 2013 Subaru of Antonio Sanchek over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. In this pairing, the Evo is there first with a 13.09, 108 mile per hour pass to a 13.50 at 101 for the Subaru. Once again, ladders for Forced Induction Sport, Forced Induction Pro, and Front Wheel Drive have all been posted at the base of the timing tower. Check out who your pairing is and get lined up with that person in the staging lanes. Hey, once again, the drone person, you need to bring your drone down, please. There is no droning at this event. No droning. So don't make us take more harsh actions to remove your drone from the sky. Please do it yourself kindly and put it away. There's no droning allowed here at Pacific Raceways at the Import Face-Off. All right, attention FIS racers. It's time to pair up in the staging lanes for your first round of eliminations. FIS, please pull into staging lanes 1 and 2 and start getting paired up with your ladder mate. Once again, FIS racers, it's time to start pairing up and pulling in to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your opening round of eliminations. Also, FIP racers, we need you pairing up and pulling in to staging lanes 3 and 4 for your first round of eliminations, please. Once again, FIP racers, please pull in and pair up in staging lanes 3 and 4 for your opening round of eliminations. FIS and FIP, pull into the staging lanes. Time to pair up, please. Here you got John Tam out of Seattle, Washington, driving the BMW up against Davey Johnson's 2020 Audi over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. $12.48, $129 for John, and Davey goes $12.24 at 113 miles an hour. All right, we got the Genesis and the Honda pairing up in this pair. Once again, side by side, test and tune racers. We are looking for our FIS and FIP racers to pair up in the staging lanes, please, for your opening rounds of eliminations. FIS, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 1 and 2, please, for your opening round. FIP racers, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 3 and 4 for your opening round, please. Well, going to be a single run down here for Deontay Mays in the 2013 Genesis. Runs 1774 at 89 miles an hour. Well, it has been the day of lost wallets. I tell you, we were calling out earlier for a gal to go get her found wallet, and now we have another lost wallet out there. So if you happen to pick up somebody's wallet that you see out there, please take it to the DJ booth so we can get it back to the correct owner, please. Once again, if you have found a lost wallet, take it to the DJ booth in the car show area, and they will hook it back up with the proper owner. Thank you. Once again, if you're running forced induction sport, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 1 and 2, please, for your opening round of eliminations. Once again, forced induction sport, we need you pairing up in the staging lanes 1 and 2 for your first round of eliminations. If you're running forced induction pro, we need you pulling into staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Forced induction pro, we need you pulling into staging lanes 3 and 4, please, while you're getting paired up and ready to go for your first round of eliminations. All right, Volkswagen GTI over there in the Cornwall Tools lane is facing off against Shamal Prest with the 2000 convertible Mustang here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. So the Mustang's a 1263, 116 mile per hour run, and the Volkswagen with a 1462 at 101. And that brings up our next pair of test and tuners. We got Pili in the 2004 Cobra Mustang here in the NC Cat lane. I think competed in the Burnout contest too. And we got Sang Park in the 2018 GXR over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, which is obviously the quicker of the two vehicles. Wow, a 1048 at 139 miles an hour on that pass, compared to a 1668 at 85 miles an hour. Hey, once again, if you happen to have found a lost wallet, please turn it into the DJ booth in the car show area so we can get it back to the rightful owner. Once again, if you have found a lost wallet, please turn it into the DJ booth in the car show area so that we can get it back to its rightful owner, please. All right, next pair headed down the racetrack. The Mustang's out in front, 1416, 108 miles an hour to a 1561 at 99 miles an hour. Down the Cornwall Tools lane for the little Ford. Up next, it's a duel of Civics. Francisco with the 96 model here in the NC Cat lane up against Mula and the 92 model over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Pick your favorite color Honda. Well, if you went from Team Blue, they kind of eked it out right at the end there. 1390, 101 miles an hour for the 92 Civic, and a 1430 for the 96 at 74 miles an hour. All right, now we got a 93 version of the Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane and a 2010 Nissan here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. $13.73 on the Civic, 104 miles an hour, and the Nissan goes $15.43 at 92 miles an hour. All right, next pair getting staged up and ready to go. You got Stephen Poi in the 1994 Civic here in the NC Cat Lane, going up against the 2012 EVOX over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. John Remuvalo over there, driving Evo. Well, John had a little trouble staging that Evo on the starting line correctly, so he's not going to get a time this time going down the racetrack. But we will see some numbers on Stephen Poi's Civic, which show a 1440 run at 92 miles an hour. All right, up next, you got Ladishaw Uglin with the 2015 Jeep in the NC Cat Lane, going up against Ivan Timko in the 2015 Genesis over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Once again, if you're running forced induction sport, we need you pairing up with your mate in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, forced induction sport, we need you pairing up with your ladder mate in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. If you are running in Forced Induction Pro, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 3 and 4 with your ladder mate, please. Once again, Forced Induction Pro, we're looking for you to pair up in the staging lanes 3 and 4 with your ladder mate, please. Pair of Hondas up on the starting line now. 88 Civic for Carlos Noel in the NC Cat Lane against the 91 Civic of Jamie Gonzalez in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Both of them pretty close on the starting line reaction times, and not too split apart as they cross the finish line, but a little quicker was Carlos's 88 Civic with a 14:04 at 102 to a 14:94 for Jamie at 94 miles an hour. All right, charging down through the traps, 1339, 105 to a 1485 at 73 miles an hour. Next pair, you got Fernando Owens with the M3 here in the NC Cat Lane, going up against the Honda of Chris Pursley over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Matt Goulet is up next here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack, taking on Jacob Robinson over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Jacob's a little quick off the starting line, draws the red light by just over 0.03 of a second. Jacob's going to get to the finish line first with a 15:73.95 mile an hour run, and Matt goes 14:62 at 86 miles an hour. Duel of Wagons coming up for you next here. Pick your favorite color Beamer wagon. Both of them 2008s. You got Zach against Riley. Zach's driving for Team Black, and Riley's driving for Team White. 12:89, 111 miles an hour for Zach and Team Black. Riley goes 13:10 for Team White at 107 miles per hour. All right, once again, looking for our Forced Induction Pro racers to be pairing up in staging lanes 3, 4, please. Forced Induction Pro, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 3 and 4 for your opening round of eliminations, please. Forced Induction Pro, you need to pair up in staging lanes 3 and 4. We are coming to you next. Forced Induction Sport, you should be in your cars and ready. We are coming to you now for your opening round of eliminations. Forced Induction Sport, in your cars and ready, as we're coming to you first for the opening round of eliminations, please. Once again, looking for our Forced Induction Pro racers to pair up in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Forced Induction Pro racers, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 3 and 4 for your opening round of eliminations, please. Forced Induction Pro to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go. Your first pair, Forced Induction Pro eliminations. You got Chris Lindsley, 1998 Civic here in the NC Cat Lane, taking on Travis Smith with the 2019 Subaru WRX over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Let's find out who it's going to be. First one to the finish line wins. Heads up. The fastest car wins. Who's it going to be? Chris left the starting line first, but Travis had the faster car and got to the finish line first. 980 at 154 miles an hour for the win. Losing effort for Chris Lindsay, 1191. Once again, Forced Induction Pro, we need you in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Forced Induction Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, next pair headed down. Eric Stein, 93 Honda. Patrick in the 2008 Nissan. Top in charge. It's Eric Stein taking the win. 1082 at 127 miles an hour. Beats the 1365 of the Nissan at 124 miles an hour. Next pair up features Jesse Harth with the 1998 Civic here in the NC Cat lane, taking on TJ Lawton in the 92 version of the Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Who's got this one? Both of them taking some time, bumping into the staging beams. Looks like TJ's got this one, pulling away as they head to the finish line. He runs 9:87 at 105 miles an hour for the win. Jesse Heath's losing time is a 12:05 at 118 miles an hour. Top 16 cars qualified for this field. Tower side, you got Miles Kerr, 1998 GSX. Facing off against John Wood over there in the Cornwall Tools lane with the 2013 GTR. Who's this one going to go with? Fastest one to the finish line wins. This one's Miles Kerr all the way, 10:10 at 138 miles an hour. Obviously, John Wood ran into some problems on that, qualified way better than his performance is showing here, but kind of coasted through with the problems at 2040 rather, 63 miles an hour. Once again, Forced Induction Pro, we need you in your cars and ready. We're coming to you next. Forced Induction Pro, you should be paired up and ready to go. In staging lanes 3 and 4, we are coming to you next. Forced Induction Sport continuing. Ulysses Bentoncourt here on the Tower side of the racetrack with the Honda. We'll take on Jimmy Hall over there in the Cornwall Tools lane with the 93 Civic. These two qualified about as close in the pack as you can get. Let's find out who's going to take it at the end. Top end, it's Jimmy Hall picking up the win, going 10:26 at 126 miles an hour. Wow, almost a second improvement from his qualifying time. Ulysses Bentoncourt goes 10:54, also a big improvement from qualifying, but not enough to get around Jimmy Hall's quick Civic. All right, next class, lighting them up in the water box and getting ready to go. This is Forced Induction Pro that you're taking a look at now. First pair pulling forward. Michael Adrija is driving the 2010 BMW 135, taking on Zach Stein in the 1995 Integra. Oh, I take that back. Reset here. Here we go. Richard Toodles got the Civic going up against the 2000S from Zach Latree. This one's all Richard Civic, 965 at 158 miles per hour. Zach goes through with an 1139 at 147. All right, we got the GTR over there. David Dudley doing the driving out of Spokane in the Cornwall Tools lane. Facing off against the 2014 Nissan of Steve Aguilar here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. So this is still forced and induction sport, final pair. It's David Dudley taking the win, 10:31 at 118 miles an hour, beating the 11:19 of Steve's Nissan here in the NC Cat Lane. So there you go, round one. Forced Induction Sport, Forced Induction Pro. We are coming to you now. Forced Induction Pro in your cars and ready. We are coming to you now. All right, due to the uneven amount of cars here in Forced Induction Pro, we're going to get a single run here for Lucas English in the 2005 Lancer. .10:03, 113 miles an hour on that pass. All right, turbocharged Subaru station wagon for David Lewis here in the NC Cat Lane. Goes up against the Toyota MR2 of Kenny Sampson over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Looks like Kenny's pulling away in the Toyota and takes the win. 9:57 at 152 miles an hour on that pass. Losing effort for David Lewis's Subaru wagon. 12:19 at 118 miles an hour. All right, another single run here. This is the Datsun 240 Z car, nostalgia 1973 machine. Nathan Kaler, who was the #1 qualifier in this class, and gets to advance on a single here in the opening round due to that #1 qualifying effort. Obviously saving some parts for next time, as this is not the 8-second pass he pulled out of the car last time down the track, and coasted through with a 13:69. All right, here's Michael Eistrad, 1994 Civic. Good looking run. 865, 130 miles an hour on that pass. Josh McGee. .2005 Subaru for Josh goes through with a 10:22 at 140 miles an hour, and that wraps up your Forced Induction Pro. All right, we are looking for front-wheel drive to the front of the staging lanes, please. Front-wheel drive, round one. We need you paired up at the front of the staging lanes, please. Also looking for first call for bracket racers. Dial your race cars in and pull them in to staging lanes. 4 and 5, please. Bracket racers, dial them in and pull them in. Staging lanes 4 and 5, please. All right, here's your one and only outlaw car. Tim Roberts, 1994 Toyota Supra out of Vancouver, Washington. Had a little trouble keeping the rubber glued to the racetrack the last time down and spun the tires. Excited to see what this thing will do if it'll hook up. Should be the fastest car on the premises. We'll find out. Now again, spinning the tires, so we're not going to see it. $12.73, 132. All right, once again, looking for our front-wheel drive round one competitors. Pulling up to the head of staging lanes, please. Front-wheel drive competitors, pull up to the head of the staging lanes for your first round of eliminations. And we're looking for our bracket racers to staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Bracket racers, looking for you to staging lanes 4 and 5 with a dial-in on your window, please. All right, time to run some more test and tune vehicles while we wait for our next classes to get paired up in the staging lanes. Once again, looking for front wheel drive. Front of staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Front wheel drive to the front of staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Looking for our bracket racers to dial your race cars in and pull them in for round 1 eliminations in staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Once again, bracket racers, dial those race cars in and pull them in to staging lanes 4 and 5, please.
All right, again, those who are wondering and asking about the low car limbo and the two-step competition, again, we're unable to do the low car limbo for this event this year due to some just kind of touchy times. County doesn't want any crowding, and if you've seen the low car limbo, it's like 300 people in a 200 square foot spot. So we can't do the low car limbo. Now, same thing for the two-step competition. It's usually crowding right there at the DJ booth, but we have an idea, and I hope we have time for it. I'm not going to mention it yet, but just want to give you guys a heads up. We have a really good idea as far as doing a two-step competition or the two-step exhibition. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully we can get back on schedule for the racing, but yeah, just a heads up on those two activities for the event for those wondering and those asking.
All right, Sang Park 2018 GXR facing off against the Cobra Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Side-by-side test and tune while we wait for our cars to get into the lanes here. Looking for a few more front-wheel drive competitors. Looks like we need maybe 2 more into the lanes for front-wheel drive round 1 eliminations. Also looking for our bracket competitors to staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Bracket racers, dial them in and pull them in. Staging lanes 4 and 5, please. All right, that GXR is quick. 1062, 139 down the NC Cat lane. And 1480 on the Cobra Jet Mustang at 95 miles an hour. All right, back into text and tune action. We got the Lexus of Tim Axtell here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. But the Cornwall Tools lane, obviously a little quicker getting down there and running through with a 1434 at 98 miles an hour. The Lexus goes 1578 at 91 miles an hour. All right, got the little Ford over there in the Cornwall Tools lane to take on the Ragtop Mustang here on the NC Cat lane, driven by Shamel Protzet. Mustang through first, 1249 at 114 miles an hour to a 1452 down the Cornwall Tools lane at 100 miles an hour. Once again, if you're running front-wheel drive, we need your cars in staging lanes 1 and 2 paired up and ready to go, please. If you are running in bracket competition, we need you dialed in and pulled into staging lanes 4 and 5, please, for your first round of eliminations. And any of you doing test and tune, that'd be staging lane number 6. All right, time to change the focus over to front-wheel drive. These guys are brutally fast. You see the big slicks on the front of these machines as they get ready to heat them up in the water box and pull forward. Parachutes on the back, which means that they can run in excess of 150 miles an hour in this class. That's when parachutes become required. All right, here we go. Pair of Hondas for you. Sam Jason doing the driving in the NC Cat for the silver team. The black one is Richard Total with the 2000 Civic. Richard was quicker off the starting line, and it looks like he's not going to give up the lead all the way down the racetrack as he goes through for the win. 928 at 162 miles per hour. Interestingly, Sam qualified above Richard by just a little bit, and Richard takes him down in the competition. 11:17 was all Sam could manage this time at 145 miles an hour. All right, single run now. This is your number 1 qualifier. TJ Luton. Oh, number 2, excuse me, number 2 qualifier. And TJ, since he had a single run this time, said, I'm going to save the parts for the next round, and I'm just going to stage the car on the starting line and take my win and head back to the pits. So we got one more single run here. And this is Joel Sipes, 92 Civic. I believe his plan is the same. He will stage the car, not actually make the run to save the parts for the next round. And sure enough, so you want to see some real racing? Well, we'll turn to the bracket racers, and they're going to race it out here in round 1 elimination. This is where the racers put a dial in on their window. So the slow cars get a handicap start over the faster cars. And in theory, if both drivers have predicted what their cars will run correctly and leave the starting line at the finish line, or starting line at the same time, they arrive at the finish line at the same time. But of course, that never happens. Somebody always beats somebody else off the starting line, and somebody always picks their dial in closer than the other person. So they can run as fast as they put on the window, but not any faster, or you're disqualified. That's what keeps everybody honest. But this is where you can have a 16-second car race a 9-second car, and it's all in theory even and equal because of the handicap start given to the slower car. So bracket action coming up next, and my favorite little Super Bee, the Datsun 1200, coming up here in the opening pair.
All right, to the people doing the two-step out in the spectator lot or the car show lot paddock, please stop. Please wait it, save it for later when we have our little exhibition or competition later. Please do not do that in the parking lot right now, especially right there next to those neighborhood homes. If you're doing it, just makes the track look bad, and we don't want to upset our welcome. We don't want to ruin our welcome here in Kent, Washington. So the guys that are doing the two-step in the parking lot, please save it for later. We're going to have a bit of a surprise for you guys if we have time. Stay tuned for that announcement. But again, to the guys that are doing it right now in the parking lot, please stop.
All right, here we go. Bracket action coming forward finally. Well, here's your first example of the handicapping. As you can see, Ernie Zeller has got his 73 1200. Wow, nitrous assist. That little puff of smoke you see coming up over the hood of the Bumblebee is a nitrous bottle being purged. So no wonder he can run 1150 in that thing. It's got a nitrous bottle for assist on the power. The Honda Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane dialed in with a 1290. So you're going to see almost a second and a half handicap start going to the Honda over the Datsun in this pair. So here we go. Once they both lock in those staging beams. All right, here we go. Tree comes down. Honda leaves. Tree comes down. Datsun leaves. Now, can the Datsun drive around the handicap start for the Honda before they get to the finish line? My vantage point says, yeah, he's already there and does take the win. 1191 on the 1150 dial is good for the win. A 1382 on a 1290 dial was not enough for the Honda. So Ernie and the Bumblebee coming back, the Super Bee. All right, and next you got Amanda Impey with the BMW M3 here on the NC Cat Lane. That car is going to get the handicap start, dialed in 1481. Then you got that super fast 2000 Honda of Scott Harding over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in 11 seconds flat. So you're going to see more than a 4 3/4 handicap second start for the BMW over the Honda here. So, boom. Now, that Honda's got to be patient, and patient enough. Green light, here we go. Now you got all that territory to try to make up before you get to the finish line. I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, but Amanda goes too quick. She said, I'm going to go 1481. She goes 1305, and that hands the win over to Scott, who ran 1297 on his 11 flat prediction. I told you, you can't go faster than the number on your window. That's what keeps everybody honest. All right, up next, Brandon Hughes. The 2017 Lazex goes up against John Carter's 2008 machine in the Cornwall Tools lane. These two pretty close, a 1/10 of a second difference in the dial-ins. They're closely matched all the way down the racetrack. This is a great race. Oh, John Carter got there first, but he went under by 4/1000ths of 1 second, running 14.496 on a 1450 prediction. And that means Brandon, who didn't quite make his number, is still good for the win with a 1493 on that 1440 dial. All right, next pair coming up. You got the BMW again. This one dialed in 1390, taking on Bobby Mako and the Honda here on the NC Cat Lane, who will get a big handicap start, dialed in 1569. Now, Bobby wasn't patient enough on his own light, turns on the red bulb, and that means your Beamer is automatically good for the win over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack with a winning time of 14:27. All right, first induction sport. We need you pairing back up for round 2 in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. First induction sport. We need you pairing up for round 2 eliminations in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Forced induction sport to staging lanes 1 and 2 to pair up for round 2. All right, next pair up in bracket, you got John Blackburn in the 96 Skyline going up against Josh Simpson over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. John gets the handicap start in the Skyline. Josh now trying to close the gap before they get to the finish line. Is he going to have enough to do it? I don't think so. It is John Blackburn taking the win, going 13:59 on the 13:50 prediction for the win. Josh Sampson goes 12:41 on the 12:20 prediction for the loss. Lauro Paxell's up next with the 2007 7SX, facing off against the 1990 model Honda of Andrew Seeley over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Andrew having to wait patiently on the starting line and now gets to try to close the gap.
All right, to the guys that were doing a two-step in the parking lot, thank you for shutting it off. I went over there. Thank you, guys. Now, I'm going to go ahead and announce to everyone what I just told those guys. Again, we're unable to have the two-step competition. Kind of some touchy times. We've got restrictions with the county. They don't want anything that creates for large, like shoulder-to-shoulder crowding, which the two-step always does. So here's my idea. Instead of a competition, we're going to have a 30-car two-step exhibition in front of the grandstands. If we could get 20, 30 cars hitting it all at once for 30 seconds, I think it would be pretty cool. It would be some kind of world record, kind of like what they did in Australia with the largest Burnout or something. Let's do the largest exhibition of two-step / revving. But yeah, that's my idea. We're thinking around 4. Hopefully we can get this race even more better on schedule. But guys with the two-step that are itching for that competition, do not do it in the parking lot right now. If you do that, it ruins our welcome here in Kent, Washington, especially with the neighbors. There's that neighborhood right over there. Again, listen for the announcement. Around 4-ish, that's the plan. That's my idea. I think it's a good plan. You know, we're working with what we have, but we'll make that announcement later. If you want to be a part of that exhibition, even if you don't have two-step, if you just have loud exhaust, we're going to tell you where to go and what to do, and we're going to do it. Or try to do it. So we'll see how we're going with the schedule, but yeah, just a heads up on that. Please, again, do not do any two-step or revving or all of that in that parking lot, spectator lot next to the neighbors' homes, please. Thank you.
Well, bracket action continuing. Sam Thud went through on that last single run down the NC Cat lane with a 1281 at 107 miles an hour. Once again, looking for a Forced Induction Sport pairing up for round 2, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Forced Induction Sport, we'd like you pairing up for round 2 and staging lanes 1 and 2 for us, please. Test and tune runs continuing here as we move forward with some more racing activity. All right, test and tune action continuing. Pair of Honda's going to duke it out here now. And Joseph Grimshaw's driving the 94 red one here in the NC Cat lane. Don't have stats on the driver of the mean green machine over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Couple of pretty closely matched pairs, though, as they're heading down the racetrack. 1351 at 103 to a 1334 at 81 miles an hour on that. Angel Hernandez is up next here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack to take on Jason Embres over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Jason was a little quick off the starting line, drew the red light start, but it's looking like Angel has the faster car anyway and goes through the traps at the top end with a 964 at 142 miles an hour. Wow. Jason goes 1287 at 108. Another Honda Civic coming up here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack, this time taking on a 2001 Suzuki for Brandon Hinton. Once again, looking for FIS to the staging lanes, please. FIS, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second round of eliminations, please. FIS racers, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 1 and 2, please, for your opening round of eliminations. Here's Colvin Sumera, 93 Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, taking on Mueller with the 92 Civic here in the NC Caterpillar lane. The Civic duel goes to Kevleen, who goes 1364 at 99 miles an hour. Mueller goes 1426 at 93 miles an hour. 99 Subaru facing off against the 93 Integra as we bring the next pair of test and tune vehicles up. Once again, looking for Forced Induction Sport to pair up for round 2 in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Forced Induction Sport, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 1 and 2 for round 2 eliminations, please. $12.03 for Cruz at 110 miles an hour in the Subaru. How about a 1483 at 80 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack for the Integra. All right, one of those Chrysler Crossfires, I believe it is, here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Facing off against the Subaru WRX over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, driven by Max Lane. $13.40 on the WRX at 101 miles an hour, and a $13.50 here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack at 111 miles an hour. All right, Honda time as they head down the racetrack. Next pair making a pass here in test and tune. $14.33. Final call for Forced Induction Sport. We need you paired up in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Final call, Forced Induction Sport. We need you in the lanes, please. Also, first call for FIP to the staging lanes, please. First call FIP. We need you pairing up in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. First call FIP. We need you pairing up in staging lanes 3 and 4, please, for your second round of eliminations. 1161, 147 miles an hour on that Cornwall Tools run. 1419 here on the tower side at 101 miles an hour. Still got a couple of test and tune time-only cars to run here. And once again, we're looking for Forced Induction Sport and Forced Induction Pro to the lanes. Time to get paired up and ready to go for round 2 eliminations. All right, Honda up next here on the NC Cat lane, taking on Pilly in the 2004 Mustang Cobra over there on the Cornwall Tools lane. $14.33 for the Honda at 105 miles an hour, and a $14.62 for the Mustang at 97 miles an hour. Once again, Forced Induction Sport. We need you pairing up staging lanes 1 and 2. Last call, Forced Induction Sport. We need you pairing up for round 2 and staging lanes 1 and 2. Also looking for Forced Induction Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Forced Induction Pro, we are looking for you into staging lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, here we go. I told you it was coming. Forced induction sport, round number 2 eliminations. We started with 16 cars that qualified out of about 25 that attempted, and we're now down to the fastest 8 pairing up here. David Dudley driving that car here in the NC Cat lane, taking on Michael Adrigela and the BMW over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. It looks like this one's all David Dudley as he goes through 11:30 at 100 miles an hour for the win. Michael's losing time is a 12:43 at 115 miles per hour. So, going on to the final 4 is David Dudley. Eric Stein's driving the 93 Honda here in the NC Cat side, taking on Richard Total's 2000 Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Good close race here, but it's Richard Tootle who takes the win. And the 2000 Civic running 9:31 at 162 miles an hour. Eric Steen quick with a 10:68, but not quick enough at 129 miles an hour. Next pair, Jimmy Hall's 1993 Civic here in the NC Cat lane, taking on TJ Luton and the 92 Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane.
All right, here's the announcement for the two-step competition. Again, we're not able to have the actual competition due to crowding issues. So we're going to do a two-step / rev exhibition. If you want to be a part of that, we're going to take the first 30 cars only, come to lane 1, pull up to the front of lane 1. Do not rev or hit the two-step while in the staging lane. Save it. We're going to have 30 cars parked in front of the main grandstands. They're on the service road, and we're just going to do a 30-second exhibition, 30 cars hitting it, banging all at once. I think it's going to be cool. That's my idea. It's better than nothing, right? Again, if you want to be a part of the two-step / rev exhibition, pull your car up to lane 1 now. Would love to get 20 cars. Not going to do more than 30, though. The hard part's going to get you guys out there in a timely manner because we still have a race to finish. But, hey, we're going to shoot this for YouTube. I think it's going to be cool. It would be something like world record two-step exhibition at Import Faceoff, Pacific Raceways, Kent, Washington. Who wouldn't watch that, right? By the way, be sure and check us out on YouTube. Our channel's really blowing up. Please subscribe. Import Faceoff on YouTube. We're going to have the Burnout contest, drag racing, show cars, models, all of that coverage will be released throughout the week. And we got some customers already for the two-step. Again, if you want to be a part of the two-step / rev exhibition, we'd love to have 20-30 cars. Pull up to lane 1.
All right, looking for bracket racers, round 2. Pull back into staging lanes 4 and 5 for us, please. Once again, bracket racers, round 2. Pull back into staging lanes 4 and 5 for us, please. We are looking for Fuel Injection Pro. Once again, we're looking for FIP. Into the staging lanes, we're running your class now. FIP to the staging lanes, we're running your class now. Let's also get front-wheel drive back to the staging lanes, please. Front-wheel drive back to the staging lanes, please. All right, Forced Induction Pro, round 2 eliminations pulling forward now. Lucas English, 2005 Lancer here in the NC Cat Lane, going up against Kenny Sampson and the 91 Toyota MR2 over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Fastest one to the finish line wins. Who's it gonna be? Couple of black beauties ready to go. This one's all the Lancer as Lucas goes through with an 8:49. Fastest run for him of the event at 176 miles an hour. Kenny obviously ran into some trouble in that MR2 and has to coast it through at just 18 seconds and barely under 60 miles an hour. Once again, bracket racers need you in staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Bracket racers, we need you pulling back into staging lanes 4 and 5 for your next round of eliminations, please. Bracket racers, we need you back to staging lanes 4 and 5 for your next round of eliminations, please. Wow, Nathan Kaler takes up the win there with a 974 in that Datsun Z car. One more car here in Forced Induction Pro to round out the class. This is Michael Istran with the 94 Celica. 8-second capable car, the number 2 qualifier. Gets the luck of the draw and a single to advance into the next round. See if he elects to run it out or just stage the car and back out like we saw a couple of times in the front-wheel drive class last round. Well, he takes it through on an easy pass. 12:15, 84 miles an hour. Once again, need our bracket racers pulling into staging lanes 4 and 5. We're for round 2 eliminations, please. Bracket racers, need your cars dialed in and pulled into staging lanes 4 and 5 for round 2 eliminations, please. Hey, two-steppers and rev limiter maxers, we need you pulling into staging lane 1. We've got like 10 of you here now, and we'd love to double that number so that we can like really have a heck of a show. Once again, 20, 30 cars would be ideal for this two-step competition. So once again, the two-step exhibition coming up here, a fun new event. If you want to be part of it, pull your car around into staging lane number 1. This is free. There's no entry fee. It's just going to be a fun record attempt here. So once again, if you want to be part of the two-step rev limiter competition, pull your car into staging lane number 1. Free to enter. Looking for getting 20, 30 cars out there would be fantastic. Well, once again, if you want to be part of our two-step competition, well, it's more of an exhibition, really. We're trying to get 20, 30 cars to get on those rev limiters and pop them all up in front of the grandstands, and we could use some more participants pulling into staging lane 1. So, once again, if you want to be part of the two-step competition, why don't you pull into staging lane number 1, and we'll pull you out for some fun with that here coming up in just a little bit. Again, if you're part of the bracket competition, you should be dialed in and pulled into staging lanes 4 and 5 because we're in your class right now. Once again, if you're part of the bracket competition, you should be pulled in staging lanes 4 and 5 for your second round of competition, please. Front wheel drive, pull up to staging lane number 3, please. Front wheel drive, once you pull up in staging lane number 3. All right, here we go, bracket competition. Staged and ready to go already is Brennan Hughes in the 2017 Lazex, going up against a Rob Howell-driven car in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 1530. Rob will get the handicap start as you see, and waiting patiently enough is Brennan, who then will try to chase down Rob before they get to the finish line. Top end, it's Rob taking the win, 1564 on the 1530 dial. Brendan went just a little bit too quick with a 1427 on the 1440 prediction. Your next pair up features Sam Thud, dialed in with a 1280 in the Rabbit, waiting patiently for Stephen Howell, who was dialed in with a 1390 to leave the starting line, and the BMW. So the Rabbit trying to chase down the Beamer. Can he do it? No, the Beamer stays good for the win with a 14.08 for Stephen Howell. Sam Thud gave it a try with a 13.22 on his 12.80 prediction, but it wasn't quite enough. Bracket action continuing. Once again, if you're wanting to be part of our two-step exhibition, staging lane 1, it's free. We'd love to have you. And to be on YouTube and maybe even a record. We'll have to check. We don't know what the record is, so we'll have to check that out. But it should be pretty cool, and we'd love it if you'd like to participate. Pull your two-step car into staging lane number 1, and we'll get you out for the exhibition. John Blackburn's up next, 96 Skyline, taking on the 1990 Honda of Andrew Seeley over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. John's got a little handicap start. Andrew's Honda trying to chase him down now. John still out in front at 1,000 feet and takes the win in the Skyline with a 1361 on a 1340 dial. 1389, the losing effort on the 1290 dial for Andrew Seeley's Honda. Next pair up, you've got that Super Bee, the 1973 Datsun 1200 of Ernie Zeller, dialed in with a quick 1150. But even quicker is Scott Harding's 2000 Honda, dialed in with an 11 seconds flat. All right, they're both locked in. Should be a good race here. All right, top end, Scott Harding picking up the win for the Honda fans with a 11:16 effort at the top end. Once again, looking for front wheel drive to staging lane 3, please. Front wheel drive. Looking for you to staging lane number 3, please. Also looking for anybody who wants to be involved in our two-step exhibition to pull into staging lane number 1. Anyone who wants to be in the two-step exhibition, pull into staging lane number 1, please. All right, here's Troy Brown. 1998 Civic gets the luck of the draw on this round and a single to advance into the next round of competition. $14.20, right on the $14.20 dial. Wow, Troy's looking tough going into the next round of the bracket competition. Runs right on the dial at 100 miles an hour. All right, front wheel drive round 2 is coming your way now. This, I believe, is the semifinal round, which will have one pair and one single advancing to the final of the front wheel drive competition. Once again, final call if you want to be in the two-step competition, get into staging lane 1. Final call if you want to be in the two-step competition, get into staging lane 1. We're coming to do it pretty quick. Once again, final call for the two-step exhibition, staging lane number 1. No cost to get in. It's just all fun. All right, here we go. Semifinal round, front wheel drive. Who's going to the final? You got Richard Tuttle with the 2000 Civic here in the NC Cat lane, and TJ Luton with the Cornwall Tools 92 lane Civic. Power down, and it's TJ Luton running an 8-second pass for the win. 8:76 is good for the win. And TJ goes into the final round of front wheel drive to face off against Joel Sipes, who you see pulling in now for a single run in the 92 Civic. We'll see. Joel just kind of staged and backed out of the beams last time. He had a single last round, too. Let's see if he does the same thing here, or actually tries to run it out to get a number for the final. And again, he's saving the parts for the next round, the final round. We'll see how that plans out. All right, we're bringing them forward. Our two-step exhibition. If you want to be in it, pull through staging lane 1 right now. Once again, if you want to be part of the two-step competition, pull forward through staging lane number 1. We're bringing you out now for the two-step exhibition. Hey, if you want to make any more test and tune or time-only runs, staging lane 6 is open for you. Test and tune time-only racers, staging lane 6 is open for you if you want to make another pass, or if you've been eliminated from competition and you want to make another pass. Once again, final call. If you want to be part of the two-step exhibition, staging lane 1, we're pulling you forward now. Final call. If you want to be part of the two-step exhibition, staging lane 1, pull them forward now. Wow, look at this impressive lineup. Looks like we got over 20, maybe 22, 23 cars pulling forward for this. This is going to be fun. Look at that Mustang. That's pretty sweet. All right, they're almost all here. Two-steppers, two-steppers. We got a few more creeping forward. Two-steppers, come on. We're getting you in position right now. We might get close to that 30 number. We're getting close. It's up here, but I can bring it down to you.
Do not start it yet. Whoever's doing that, stop. Please stop. Let's save it for all at once. Do no preview. Just waiting on our host, Mr. Keegan Macy. Check, check.
I think he's got it. Do you want two angles? Do you want?
Check. Guys, go ahead and start your engines, but do not rev up yet. Follow Keegan's lead. But yeah, go ahead and just be ready.
Oh yeah.
No more than 30 seconds. Watch Mr. Ed over there in the blue. Look at about the 300-foot bar. You see Mr. Ed? He's going to tell you when to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Ed. All right, what is up, Kate Washington? What's up at home, guys that are watching this on the YouTube? That's where my grandmother gets all her recipes. I'm so happy that you are sharing this with her because she's on house arrest. To my two-steppers, we're going to try something that might be a world record. Who the hell knows? Guys, are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, go!
Good job! We know. Oh, that's enough.
I think it's the Great Super.
Wait, but who won? Who gets the trophy? Who? Uh-oh. Oh, you're gonna have to fight all of them, Cliff. All right, we're gonna figure it out. That was a first here at Import Faceoff. Two-steppers, thank you very much. We're gonna see where the trophy goes. We'll be right with you. Ooh, smoky. Cliff, do we know who won? Cliff, do we know who won? Clifferson, who won? Nobody? This guy blew up his engine.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Keegan and Cliff and them from the two-step down there. Great stuff.
Check. Drivers, two-step exhibition, guys. Get to your cars. We need to clear this out. Leave. Thank you. That was awesome. Check it out on YouTube. But yeah, I need you guys to your cars now. Exit the drag strip. We got to get back to this drag race. We got a couple more rounds. Car show contestants look to see the award ceremony about 4:30. Two-step exhaust cars, please exit now. Thank you.
All right, looking for our FIS round 3 to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, FIS round 3. We need you pulling in and pairing up in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Also, we're looking for our bracket racers back to staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Bracket racers back to staging lanes 4 and 5 for your next round of competition as well. Bracket racers at FIS to the staging lanes, please. Once again, Forced Induction Sport, looking for you back to the staging lanes to pair up for round number 3, please. Forced Induction Sport, we're looking for you back to the staging lanes to pair up for round number 3, please. Also looking for our bracket racers back to staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Bracket racers back to staging lanes 4 and 5 for your next round of competition. Thank you so much to all you two-steppers. That was fun. I don't know if it was a record or not, but that was a fun event to watch. Thank you, two-steppers, for all your work. But let's not pop them down the railroad turn road and the pits. Once again, we want to be friendly to the neighbors and hold it down to the one-time exhibition. So, thank you, two-steppers. Time to stop the popping. Well, I want to once again say thank you so much to the great sponsors here that we've had for the Import Face-Off, like M&H Tires, the title sponsor of this event today, the M&H Tires Import Face-Off, and we want to thank M&H Tires for all their support and all they do to help us bring these events to you. Remember that we have another event coming up for you next Sunday at Woodburn Drag Strip in Woodburn, Oregon. Not too far of a drive from here. I know some of you are from Oregon and will certainly be there. And those of you who are Washingtonians might want to make your way down to Oregon as well, as Woodburn Drag Strip holding this event next Sunday for you. The Import Face-Off, brought to you by M&H Tires. Once again, if you're running in forced induction sport, we need you pairing up for round 3 in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Forced induction sport needs you pairing up in staging lanes 1 and 2, please, for your 3rd round of competition. Bracket racers need you back to staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Bracket racers need you back to staging lanes 4 and 5 for your next round of competition, please. And if you want to make any more test and tune or time only run, staging lane 6 would be open and available for you. Whether you are testing and tuning or you got knocked out of competition and you want to make another run or whatever it is, test and tune lane, staging lane 6 open for that. Forced induction sport. Forced induction sport, FIS racers, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Forced induction sport, FIS staging lanes 1 and 2. Also looking for bracket racers back to staging lanes 4 and 5, please. Bracket racers, we're looking for you back to staging lanes 4 and 5 for your next round of competition as well, please. All right, first call for Forced Induction Pro. We need you to the staging lanes, please. First call for Forced Induction Pro. We need you to the staging lane number 3, please. right, jumping into our bracket program again here. Once again, looking for forced induction sport racers to pair up in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Forced induction sport, we need you pairing up in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Forced induction pro to staging lane 3, please. Forced induction pro, staging lane 3. And bracket racers, you should already be in and ready in staging lanes 4 and 5 because we're running your class right now. All right, Stephen Howell is driving the 2009 BMW 335i here in the NC Cat Lane. Gets the handicap start, dialed in 1390. Almost 3 seconds later, Scott Harting finally gets to try to chase him down in that hard charge in 2000 Honda. As they approach the finish line, it's looking to me like Steven's still out in front, and he does take the win in the Beamer with a 1404 on the 1390 prediction. 1137 on the 11 flat dial for Scott Hartung, and the Honda is the losing effort over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Next pair up, you got John Blackburn in that 1996 Skyline here in the NC Cat Lane, going up against Troy Brown in the 98 Honda Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. It's going to be Troy in the Civic getting the handicap start, dialed in 1420. Now here comes John Blackburn's Skyline, dialed in with a 1350. Going to try to chase him down before they get to the end of the racetrack. Looking pretty close at mid-track already. That means that John's probably gaining on him and does get there first and takes the win with a 1372 on the 1350 dial for the win. Troy Brown's losing effort was a 1444 on a 1420 dial in over in the Cornwall Tools lane. One single car remaining in the bracket class, it looks like, and Rob Howell gets the luck of the draw this time and gets the single to advance into the next round of competition. He predicted a 1530 would be what he'd run this time on his dial in. Let's see how close he comes to that when he crosses the finish line. A good test run to see how close you are to your number. 1547, 91 miles an hour. All right, time for forced induction sport. Coming forward, round 3 of competition. Once again, if you want to make any test and tune or time only runs, staging lane 6 is open and available for you. And if you're running Forced Induction Pro, we need you in staging lane number 3, please. Forced Induction Pro, staging lane number 3, please. Forced Induction Pro to number 3. All right, this is the semifinal round of Forced Induction Sport. Who's going to go into the final round of Forced Induction Sport? This was the class that you had to even be pretty quick to qualify for, as there were several that didn't even make the cut. David Dudley's up next here on the NC Machinery Caterpillar side of the racetrack, facing off against Richard Todell over there in the Cornwall Tools lane with that 2000 Civic. Heads up, first one to the finish line, first wins. Ooh, Richard's got a big advantage off of the starting line. Does David have enough power to drive around him before they get to the end? Looks like Richard's still out in front and takes the win with a 931 at 164 miles an hour. David Dudley falls a little short on this pass with a 992 at 149 miles an hour. So Richard Todell going into the final round of the Forced Induction Sport competition to face off against one of these two racers. Travis Smith is in the 2019 Subaru in the NC Cat Lane, taking on TJ Luton in that 92 Civic over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both of them getting bumped in and ready to go. First one to the finish line wins. Oh, problems for TJ as the car kind of made some bad noises, and he's pulling it over to the side. Travis Smith cruises through to go into the final round. 952 at 131 miles an hour on that 2019 Subaru. We're going to go down and check out, make sure TJ's okay, and the racetrack's clean and clear, and looks like we got something down right there on the racetrack. All right. Well, word from the investigation is the mark that you can probably see down there is some kind of liquid on the track. Probably a water coolant mixture is our best guess at this point. So we will have a little lull in the racing action as we get some absorbent down on that to get that cleaned up and off the racetrack and get ready for some more racing competition here as soon as the track is safe enough to do so. Well, I will remind you, the car show is still going on over there, and they're actually probably getting pretty close to card show awards time, I'm thinking, as I think probably ballots are being tabulated and things are being calculated for all that, so it should be getting pretty exciting in the car show area coming up pretty soon. And you can certainly head over there and take a look at those while we've got a little bit of a cleanup action going on the racetrack surface. Looks like the line's also not too bad over there at the Four Horsemen concession stand if you want to grab yourself a quick bite to eat or an energy drink or soda or something like that. They've got all that available over there in the Four Horsemen concession stand. Want to thank the good folks from Insane Shafts for their support of the Import Face-Off here today at Pacific Raceways. Appreciate all their support. One of the great sponsors that we're proud to have at Import Face-Off. Hey, you know, I'll also remind you, if you've been shooting pics out here of your good time at Import Face-Off, please post them on Instagram and hashtag us at Import Face-Off Official. That would be super cool. We love it when you share your photos. We, of course, try to get a ton of good photos ourselves and put them up on YouTube for you, as well as great videos. But we love it when you also tag us with hashtag ImportFaceOffOfficial when you post your photos of our events. Well, I'll tell you, this has been an exciting event for me. The first big event back here at Pacific Raceway since the whole pandemic outbreak and everything. So special thanks to High-End Auto Sports for sponsoring this Import Face-Off event that's been such a big event here, a sold-out crowd with the current restriction levels that we've been able to have. So the biggest crowd we've been able to have, a very, very cool event for us here at Pacific Raceways. And also for, of course, Import Face-Off, who was doing the deal here today. And next Sunday we'll be down at Woodburn Drag Strip doing it again for you. So special thanks to High-End Auto Sports for helping make all that possible. IFO models, we need you to report to the DJ booth, please. IFO models, we need you to report to the DJ booth, please. All right, attention racers, attention racers. I have a sad story to tell you, and that is that the liquid down on the racetrack has saturated into the rubber to a point where it can't be just dried up. It has to get completely the rubber scraped off down to bare concrete and start again. Unfortunately, we also have curfews here at this facility and can only run race cars for a limited period of time. You put all this together and it basically means drag racing is unfortunately done for today. So we are sorry we could not complete the final rounds of competition for you. But we, by the time we get it cleaned up, we will have run into curfew and we wouldn't be able to do it. So if you are a racer, we will split the payday out evenly amongst those of you who are left, and that will be done at the DJ booth in the car show area. So you can go over there and get your split prize money for those of you who are still left in competition. Those of you who are here to spectate and watch the drag racing, I'm sorry that it had to come to such an abrupt end, but we've come to the realization we will not be able to clean the mess in time to complete the race at this point. So we do still have the car show going on, the car show awards presentation going on, all that cool stuff. So please make your way on over to the car show. It's not like the event's done or that we're done with all the fun or anything like that. It just means that we can't get the track into a condition that we can run any more cars down it for the remainder of the day. So again, if you were a racer and you are still in competition, please go to the DJ booth in the car show area. They will be doing a even pay split out for those of you who are left of the prize money. And those of you who are here to enjoy the day, well, please continue on with that because the car show is still going full force. The awards presentation will be going over there. The DJ is still spinning the cool music. All that fun stuff. So please feel free to enjoy the remainder of the Import Face-Off over in the car show area. So as I look at the clock, looks like we're rolling up on 4:30, and I believe if my schedule is still on schedule, as they say, we should be having the awards presentations coming up over there pretty quick, and then 5 o'clock, it's that time. I'm afraid that we have to wrap up the day. But another half an hour of awards presentations and car shows, cars in the lanes over there to enjoy the last half hour of the event. So please do enjoy the last half hour of the event in the car show area. We'll wrap it up about 5 o'clock tonight. Well, as I mentioned, another glorious half an hour or so left of the Import Face-Off over there in the car show area. More music and awards and cars to check out. But as you're getting ready to think about maybe heading out of the facility here and after the next half hour or so, do keep in mind that there is a speed limit. The road going in and out of this facility and all of that. So pit areas, where you are now, that's 10 miles an hour because people can dart out between cars at any second, and we don't want people to get hurt. So 10 miles an hour until you get out around the corner out there in the facility, and then that's 15 miles an hour out there. And that's a county road, and the sheriffs are actually here on premises. I have deputies out there, and there's sheriffs on the highways. So just a reminder, don't end it with a ticket. Let's be cool and cruise on out at a safe speed so nobody gets hurt and nobody gets a ticket on the way home. So just a little helpful hints for leaving the facility today.